Hello? Oh, okay. Would you look at that? Hello, Ms. Tolman. Welcome. You're in the view right there. I will do my best, but I can't make any promises. I'm just a young Padawan in this whole situation, so
Okay. I'm putting my hot dog there.
Hello? Hello? What's going on? Good evening, everybody. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Oh, just really quiet. Good evening, everybody. We are about 5 minutes until 7 o'clock.
Chairman Jelko. Are we ready? One, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Board of Trustees to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll move forward with recognition.
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe, Superintendent McGovern.
The people at home are telling me they're having a hard time hearing.
Good. Okay. Is that better? Can someone comment? Good evening.
I can hear you just fine, Nicole.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Good evening, Chair Jellicoe, Superintendent McGovern, and members of the board. This evening, we will be doing recognition. I don't know how you want to do this, Chair Jellicoe. If you guys want to just stay where you're at, because we can't really shake
Probably
hands.
We're not shaking hands
Yep.
with anyone, are
Nope.
we?
No, but we will need to, do we take pictures of retirees? We'll need a picture, so
Okay.
on this first one. First, this is very bittersweet, but we are so happy for her, and we would like to recognize a retiree, Miss Barb Wanacott. Miss Barb has been with us for 30 years, beginning in August of 1990. She started as a paraprofessional and moved to the building secretary at Westridge Elementary. We would like to recognize Barb Wanacott. Next, I'm excited to introduce two teachers who have such passion and enthusiasm for what they do and for our students. We're continually hearing from them of updates of the amazing work their students are doing, and how proud they are just pours over. So they're here to show our board and the community some of the amazing work in our CTE classes. I would like to bring up Mr. Parentoni and Mr. Deschneaux.
Good evening. My name's Cody Parentoni, and I currently teach woodshop, Furniture 1 and Furniture 2 at Rock Springs High School. And we wanted to take this opportunity to tell you guys that our students are really, really working hard. Okay, we try to make it fun for them, and we do a lot of different things with them. We try to teach them how to measure across the board through all three or four different classes. We have to draw out projects before we build them, right? Yeah, so we do that. And we brought in a river table, which is basically, it's about 88 inches long by 26 inches wide. And it is black walnut. And the student made that. Okay, the student made it in about 15 weeks. She got with the welding department and they cut out the legs and put that together. We had help with the art department. We had help with a lot of different kids. You can see the layers of epoxy on the edge. She had to make a mold, and then we had to lay that wood in there, clamp it down, and then she poured different layers of epoxy, the very bottom one being dark blue, and then she went to a turquoise, and then it just went all clear from there. And then she had to polish it up, and she made it for a gift. And this student, I had her last year in Woods 1, and then I had her in Furniture 1 last year. And she told me if she was going to get to Furniture 2, she was going to build one of these. So this is her project, and it was just a collaborative effort on all of the departments in the CTE department. Right? Yep. Good.
For those of you, that don't know me, I'm Mr. Deschneaux. I teach drafting and metalwork at Rock Springs High School, and Cody and I we started working here in 2019, and we just see the value in what we do, and we really want to represent our entire district CTE department in general, all the way down to the junior high school, and things that they're doing there is just outstanding. And they give us a really good base knowledge. The students come in, if they've had those types of classes, whether it be anywhere from culinary arts to, I've seen it across the drafting and metals. The students that took those classes at the junior high are coming in with some really good knowledge. And, at the high school, I feel like we're really trying to ramp up this program, and we really couldn't make all this happen without, we want to give a big shout out to our administration and the district and the board. They've, really been approving a lot of funding and new equipment that we need. And I have a slideshow. I'll try to just briefly go through it. We really want some community outreach, and that's kind of the goal tonight. Showcase a couple really cool things. The goal here is to keep our community members aware of what we're doing, because we're doing everything from laser cutting to the epoxy tables. They're cutting out, like Mr. Pirantoni mentioned, that big table was just a really cool effort by all involved, and we really wanted to showcase that type of stuff. So I feel like when I talk to community members, they're not quite sure. I get a lot of questions like, hey, do you guys still have welding? And yeah, we're doing these things, and we really want to get that involvement out there. So if you look at for those of you online, if you're on Instagram, we have a page that just started, Sweetwater 1 CTE, and we're going to showcase just student projects on that. And that's a great way to stay involved. And that's kind of the goal. New equipment, just real brief there. Again, shout out to our Perkins funding, our grant writers, getting us stuff that we need and keeping it up to date is the big thing. We really want these kids to have relevant experience with the new equipment coming out. Just this year, we got everything from wood lathes down to appliances in the culinary classes. And those kids, Mr. Pirantoni aren't involved, but are with our PLC team. We meet and they're happy, and the kids are learning some great skills down there. On your screen, we got 3D printers now at Black Butte High School, Rock Springs High School. We're printing stuff out every day. Middle picture is a bridge that was tested. One of the bridges in pre-engineering held over close to 200 pounds, and there really wasn't much material. So little things like that, we're super proud of. There's the metal shop project. They're pouring liquid metal, aluminum and brass. That's in the metals department between myself and Mr. Hollinger. The middle there's a catapult that is a laser cut, designed totally in the drafting lab, and then laser cut. And that one, they had to launch a quarter. They weren't too happy at me down in the Rock Springs High School hallway. I want to get all my kids out there, but They launch quarters down the hallway and have a good time. So here's some culinary stuff. I mean, those look like pretty good pizzas to me. So what can we do as a career and technical education group at Rock Springs High School? We're just really proud of it. All of us involved. There's dozens of teachers involved in this, and I'll let you kind of read through. But from, like I said, from welding to the career academies at the high school, you know, that's who we're here representing. And it's just a really, really great team. And there's a lot of young teachers, a lot of experienced teachers on the team as well. And we just really feel like with all this COVID, we're still just grinding and making the kids work, and masks on and face shields and sanitizing tools. It's just been a really cool achievement. We were really worried about these classes and potentially with COVID restrictions, but everybody on our team's just been super supportive. Again, there's that slide for you. Thanks for letting us. I want to thank the board for letting us come here and kind of show ourselves off. But as Nicole mentioned, you know, we're just, as an entire team, we're just really motivated, and we're still, you know, accomplishing a lot of great things as we don't always hear about those hands-on skills still being relevant, but we feel like we got a good team, and we want to thank you guys for having us.
Thank you for everything you're doing with our students. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that that's something this district can brag about is they are planning and they have a vision, and there's lots of work to go, but our CTE is growing and improving every year, and we have a really strong department, great teachers. So thank you guys so much. Next, I'm so excited. We would like to recognize Jennifer Palacios, the Stagecoach staff, and the Stagecoach school community on earning the National ESEA Distinguished School Award. The Wyoming Department of Education announced Stagecoach Elementary School in Sweetwater County School District Number 1 as the 2020 National ESEA Distinguished School Award winner. The National Association of ESEA Elementary and Secondary Education Act state program administrators selects examples of superior federally funded school programs for national recognition through the National ESEA Distinguished Schools Program. Schools are selected by state educational agencies and must qualify under one of the following categories: exceptional student performance and academic growth for 2 or more consecutive years, closing the achievement gap between student groups for 2 or more consecutive years, excellence in serving special populations of students, homeless, ELL, etc. Stagecoach Elementary closed the achievement gap in reading and mathematics between 3rd and 4th grade students from 2017 to 2018 and 2018-2019 school year, despite a poverty rate of at least 35% based on free and reduced lunch counts. Stagecoach represents a superior Title I program, offers focused and innovative professional development opportunities for staff, shows strong community involvement, and achieves success with individualized student programs. Moreover, Stagecoach Elementary met or exceeded expectations as established by the Wyoming Accountability in Education Act during the 2017-18 and 2018-19 school years. Congratulations to Jennifer Palacios for her strong leadership to the Stallion staff and students on their accomplishments. Ms. Palacios. I really want to give you a hug, but we're not allowed to, so I'll give you an elbow. I'm so proud of you. Did you have something to say?
I wasn't prepared, but on behalf of Stagecoach, we were just really excited. I know it's not always appropriate to put emotion with schools and whatnot, but sorry. The Stagecoach staff and students have worked relentlessly despite everything put our way, and the staff, they go above and beyond every day. They work way beyond contract hours and through the summer and on the weekends, and from specials to special ed to title to our general education teachers to make cross-curricular units, and have embraced the data team and PLCs to the point now that not only are we cohesive through our grade levels, we are starting now to go vertical to ensure that we have maximum student growth from kindergarten through 4th grade. And we want to ensure we're not only meeting the needs of our kids who are struggling, but on level and above grade level. And the staff and students are absolutely amazing.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios, and congratulations, Stallions. Several businesses, several business partners in Sweetwater's number 1 are participating in a mask up COVID campaign to help with the slowing the spread of the virus. The district designed their campaign to hear from those who are the reason we do the important work we do, which is the students. Each school within the district had the opportunity to submit entries, and a grade level winner from each school was determined. Our community then decided the district grade winner by the number of likes on the district Facebook page. We would like to say thank you to Mr. Ron Wild from Rocky Mountain Power and Mr. Tom Findlow from Church in Dwight, 2 of our business partners that donated $500 each towards this effort. Another thank you extends to the District Foundation Board, who also donated $500 to the winners. The district also had 2 anonymous donors that will be providing Papa Murphy's gift cards as a portion of the winnings to our pre-K through 4th grade winners. All student winners will receive Chamber of Commerce gift certificates. Thank you to the administrators, teachers, and families who continue to support our students. We'd like to provide a slideshow to share the winners and the entries.
Thank you to Rocky Mountain Power and Church and Dwight, as well as the District Foundation Board for their contributions. And also congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much. And thank you to the district personnel for all their hard work in setting this up. Appreciate that very much. Okay, as we move on in the agenda, Mrs. West, if you would take roll, please.
Mr. Batolo,
Here.
Mrs. Summers,
Here.
Mr. Reedy, Mr. Reedy,
Here.
Mr. Mickelson,
Present. Here.
Mrs. Thompson,
Here.
Mr. Jackman,
Here.
Chairman Jellicoe.
Here. Thank you. Item 2B, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, we do have an addendum. So if I could also have a motion to approve the addendum.
So moved.
So moved.
been-
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Jackman and seconded by Mr. Mickelson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by the
Aye.
same sign. Motion passes. Item number 3, board reorganization. Okay, this is the time of year that following the election, this is the first regular meeting of the board. So we have officers of the board that need to be elected. What is your pleasure?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo?
I propose that we keep the same batting order that we have. as far
Is
as
that a
officers.
motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, Mr. Batolo has made a motion to keep the slate of officers the same as previously. That would be Carol Jellicoe would be the chair, vice chair is Stephanie Thompson, treasurer, Mr. Jackman, and clerk, Mr. Mickelson. Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Mr. Jackman. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, we will now suspend the board meeting and open the budget hearing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman,
Second.
second by Mrs. Summers. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, so we will move
Aye.
into, motion passes, so we'll move into the public hearing on the budget.
Good evening. Chair Jellicoe, Board, and Superintendent McGovern. Tonight, I am going to be presenting a review of the Care Relief Grant Number 2 budget, which is before the board tonight for budget hearing and budget approval. If you can pull up the spreadsheet for me, please. It should say CARES Relief Grant, Roman numeral 2. Thank you. This spreadsheet I will be talking to you about tonight, and it will also be used at different times within the agenda. One is in item 13E, and then next time it will be 15A. On November 22nd of this year, the district was notified that we had received an additional round of funding from the governor. We had requested $2.4 million, and we received $1 million of the grant funds were to support the district in implementing Tier 1, 2, and 3 of the Sweetwater School District Number 1 Smart Start Plan. To receive the funds, the district had to agree to spend these funds and receive all items that were ordered and purchased in the district by December 30th of 2020. And therefore, we have been operating on a very tight timeline to spend the funds that were awarded to us. The two areas that were approved for grant funding included COVID supplies and technology. At this time, I'd like to talk to you just a little bit about the spreadsheet that you see before you. One is that there are multiple things on the spreadsheet that are identified. One is the item, the quantity, the cost, the total of the cost of the item, and when it was approved by WDE. A couple of things to note is that their indication on the spreadsheet, if you take a look at the items 1 through 13, those were part of the original grant that we asked for. The first items, which you can see, include latex glove, disposable masks, face shields, air filters, plexiglass dividers, Clorox wipes, ionizers, contract to a contract to install the ionizers, negative air pressure machines, plexiglass wipe, fogger disinfectant, and the swivel camera USB links. Those were all part of the original request for funding. If you go over to the third column and the cost for the items, you will notice that the plexiglass dividers have been indicated that the funds were reallocated due to not being able to get those items into the district by December 30th. Another item that we reallocated funds for were the swivel camera USB links and adapters. What that reallocation basically means is that we were able to ask for from the governor's office to take the funds that were already there to support our district and move them into another area that would be supported by Tier 1, 2, 3 within the Smart Start plan. Now for the additional items. One of the other requirements for the funding was that we had to go back and ask the governor's office for us to purchase within the district. After the cameras and the USB links, you will see multiple items that we have received approval for purchasing. Several items included additional technology which are used to support our teaching virtually. This included iPads for students and staff, iPad cases, TV for the boardroom. It also included swivel supplies, and we listed swivel cameras there. One thing to note with the swivel cameras is that we total, there's two lines there. There's 410 cameras that we requested some of those at reallocation funds to help support. These are not additional cameras to the district. These are the ones that currently had been purchased under, oh, sorry. Within the last year through our capital projects funds. So in essence, we are repaying the capital project funds with some of these funds. Continuing on and taking a look at, there were additional items that were not part of the original grant for the COVID supplies, which included UVC lighting for ducts within the building. We are also looking at a contract for custodians to do deep cleaning during Christmas. This is to support the efforts that we are doing to make sure that the students and the staff are safe and remain safe within the school day. We have electrostatic sprayers, additional ionizers, COVID masks, foggers, filters, and we also additional filters. One additional item that we purchased for the technology area was also the Wacom's, thanks Stephanie, tablets, which will be going out to the teachers and support their efforts for distance learning and virtual education. One note on here is that the Sweetwater, Wyoming Mask Up campaign is put on here. We have asked for approval for $5,000 to help support that community effort. At this time, I would ask for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions at all?
One question, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman?
On the plexiglass dividers, were those reallocated to a different account in our budget, or were those just basically removed from the grant?
The funds were reallocated to different items within the grant.
Okay.
So anything below the technology swivel cameras were items where we used some of those funds, both from the USB links, which those funds were reallocated, and the plexiglass. So we are using all the funds of which the governor had given us for this grant.
And those funds had to be expended by the end of the year?
They have to be
December 31st?
expended. They have to be expended by December 30th
30th.
and in the district.
So they have to be received as well.
They have to be received as well.
Is there anything that we're going to have a problem with that, or are we in good shape over the next 2 weeks?
We are in good shape over the next 2 weeks. Everybody has worked hard to get items that they could get in place before the end of the year.
Thank you. Superintendent McGovern?
Sure. Chair Jellicoe, just one comment that I would add as well. Later in the agenda, we're asking the board for permission to move forward with these items here. But in that board agenda item, we're also asking for, when the appropriate documentation is received, that the district go ahead and pay for those items as well. Just because of that December 30th timeline, it has been almost a huge struggle to try to get the items in and order them in the timeline that we were allotted. So we've had to juggle quite a bit for it.
So will there be post-approval for those payments in January then? Is that what we're looking at?
Well, we worded the agenda item a little bit later that when it comes in, if we go ahead and we pay that, we're trying to stay away from post-approval as long as the pleasure of this board is to allow the district to go ahead, that once we receive everything, we check it with their tracking list, that we go ahead and pay those.
So we can meet that December 30th deadline.
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from the trustees? Anyone? Thank you. Okay, public comment for the public hearing. I didn't see anything in the public comment area pertaining to the budget hearing. Is there a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene the board meeting?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by
Second.
Mr. Reedy. All in favor, please say aye.
Yes, ma'am.
Aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. So we are now back in the regular meeting. Item number 8, superintendent reports. Item 8A, the 2019-20 audit report.
Zach, do we have Mrs. Gogans on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Go ahead, Roxy.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Yeah, a little bit different, and I'm not real techie, so be patient with me. But Skogan, Capano and Associates, we did conduct the financial and compliance audit for the district for the year ended June 30th, 2020. We issued, I think you've all received probably an electronic copy of the audit. Within that audit package, the financial reporting package, we issued several reports. The first one was an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. We issued an unmodified opinion on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. We have issued a report on compliance and internal controls based on the audit of the financial statements. And in that report, there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported. We issued a report on compliance and controls over your federal awards, the major federal awards that were tested. And again, there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported with regards to those federal awards. The financial statements are pretty complex, and it's not easy for just the general public to pick them up and see how the district's doing or how you're spending your money. So we always want to just, say you want a little education or someone explaining them to you. Fortunately for the district, you do have two CPAs that are very competent, and without the expertise of Scott and Gina, our job would be a lot more difficult, and we wouldn't be able to express the clean opinions that we did express within these financial reports. On a monthly basis, you are concerned with the budget, which is cash in, cash out. These financial statements include recording annual receivables, payables, accrued wages, vacation, capital leases, capital assets, construction obligations. So there's a lot more to them than what you normally would see on a monthly basis. There's some significant items that are within there that are very complex, and that we record property tax receivable based on the fact that the county places a lien on property in January for the next year. So you'll see about a $40 million receivable that really doesn't mean anything to anyone because it's forward looking. And so, as I said, they're real complex. The financial statements, 50% of the assets of the district are your capital assets. And so these financial statements record the capital assets at historical cost, and then they are depreciated using estimated useful lives. And the board has established policy as far as what they are going to use for those useful lives, capitalization thresholds. And so our audit involves looking at your policies and making sure that the policies are being followed. The financials also include an estimated liability for the district's share of the Wyoming Retirement System's pension obligation. I know in the past when we've had the workshops, we've gone through that and seen how complex that computation is based on the state of Wyoming retirement system having an actuarial valuation done. And for this past year, the estimated liability, the pension obligation had gone down. So you'll see in the financials, if you compare this year to last year, the district share of that went down as well. And we're talking significant dollars when we look at that Wyoming retirement pension obligation. Knowing it's nothing that the district is ever going to sit down and write a check for, but rather it's the reason that over the past 5 years and continuing on, the premiums or the retirement that the employees have paid and the district has paid has continued to escalate. We were at 12.25% a few years ago. We're at 17.62% now. And so because government accounting standards now requires that obligation, that the state has increased rates to try to start compensating for that obligation. The other significant liability that you'll see within the financial statements is the district has an actuarial evaluation done as far as the employees' retiree health insurance. Government accounting standard says that if you're keeping your retirees on your health insurance, it's in essence increasing premiums for everyone else. You've got an obligation to go forward with that, and so there's a liability associated with it. And based on your actuarial evaluation, again, that is a significant obligation. And so the government-wide statements are pretty complex that way. When we look at those financials, then we end up with a negative net position. But I want to assure you that the district, it does remain financially strong. The government-wide showed a deficit of $31 million. But from a governmental fund standpoint, we actually had an increase of $1.8 million for the year, which is less than 2% of your total revenue. And so the bottom line, was very close to break even with it being less than 2%. Of that number, the majority of that was your major maintenance money, which is restricted money. And so from a what does the district have available standpoint, the general fund had a decrease of $561,000. So we go less than 1% to the bottom line. And so the district allocated all of the resources that it had for the year, but did not, in essence, deficit budget. The total fund balance for the governmental funds at the end of the year was $48 million. And all of those funds are either restricted or assigned by the board for a specific purpose. The district and the board, they do not, there are no funds that are sitting there unassigned, available for any purpose in which there's not a pool of money, whether it's a future for the health insurance or major maintenance or capital projects or your special building fund for capital outlay, instructional material purchase, that sort. And so for the district of this size, with all of the changes that had to take place with your controls this last year, some folks working virtually, the employees did an outstanding job in getting everything ready for us. We did not have any documents we weren't able to find. They really did go above and beyond to make sure that the audit, we were able to get it done, that we can file on time with the state of Wyoming. We just had absolutely no problems whatsoever. So, in the past, I know we've had a workshop and gone through the numbers in detail. Once you get a chance to go through them, if you have any questions at all, please get them to Scott or Gina, or just contact me directly. I am happy to answer questions, go over the numbers. If you want to just have a chat, have me kind of walk through, because it is very complex, I'm happy to do that. The only item that we had that we call a management comment for the year was to just recommend that the district continue to work on their controls over the capital asset recording. We did talk in workshops in the past about how complex that is. And so, there's impairments to consider, whether, we've got a lot of assets that are being replaced, or maybe the useful lives that were initially set up weren't appropriate, or they've changed. And so the district has to kind of go through them asset by asset. It's very time consuming, tedious. And we're recommending that, perhaps some written procedures be put in place so that anyone can pick up and understand what the district needs to do in regard to capital assets, just so we can keep those records strong. But overall, the audit went very well, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Trustees virtual, any questions there? I guess not, so thank
Okay,
you.
I will sit tight while you do a couple other things, and then we will need approval of the audit so that we can submit it to the state tomorrow by the due date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to item 8B, which is the science resource adoption.
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe and trustees. Tonight, I'd like to share with you the recommendations from the Science Resource Adoption Project that has been completed this past month. Let's see, Zach, are you pulling up my PowerPoint? Thank you. All right. The goal of the District Science Committee was to find materials and resources necessary to align with the district's strategic plan to provide a quality education for all students. As a committee, we kept the goal of student achievement for all students in the forefront throughout the entire process. The committee was comprised of science educators from around the district, K through 12. We also included 2 important technology team members, as well as the curriculum team from my office. This is the timeline for the project. As you may recall from the CIA report earlier this fall, the science adoption timeline was tight, as we wanted to get it completed and the materials ordered as soon as possible. In September, we held a meeting where team members reviewed a large list of recommended resources independently. In October, the grade level bands narrowed down the list of possible resources to those who they wished to see presentations from. The presentations were done in early November, either in person or virtually, depending on the company. Throughout November, district staff was given the opportunity to investigate materials, and staff feedback was collected. On November 19th, the Science Adoption Committee members came to a consensus and made a recommendation to bring to you. When the science team came together this year, this was after several years of intense work over the last few years. As far as I know, being the new curriculum person, it has been at least 13 years that I know of since science materials were adopted. The teachers have diligently prepared the important curriculum maps and familiarized themselves with new components. They received training as they studied the new NGSS and Wyoming State Science Standards. They were given training and support last year to be able to make a strong resource recommendation and a wise selection in their choice. Throughout this time, they looked at many different resources, and I felt like they came into this process prepared to complete a successful adoption. With that information, we would like to recommend the following. K through 5 would like to recommend Mystery Science. The K through 5 teachers believe that this resource has a wealth of benefits, both for their students and for staff. They've currently been using this resource and like the high level of student engagement. They believe that it is easy to use and requires limited prep time, as well as it aligns nicely to the curriculum maps and incorporates building phenomena through mystery units. It directly links to Google Classroom, making it easy to use with online learners, and it is available in Spanish with English language support. As a new addition for staff, the hands-on kits will be included for K through 5 teachers. Parents can access videos and student resources. The 6th through 8th grade team selected STEM scopes. The 6th through 8th teachers have unanimously recommended STEM scopes. They feel like STEM scopes has a wealth of benefits for all 6th through 8th graders of the district, which will include a variety of tools and resources for instruction, differentiation, and extension, including accommodations for special ed and EL learners. This program aligns nicely with our curriculum maps and incorporates the 5E approach to science learning. The 5 E's are engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. Staff will be given the hands-on kits for student engagement. STEM Scopes allows for customizable assessments and works great for online learners. Parents are able to access the parent portal dashboard to share in the experiences and provide support from home. This program includes PD for teachers so that they stay current with needs and trends in science education. Those are the kids there. 9 through 12 has selected McGraw-Hill Biology and Physical Science with Earth. These educators believe it has a strong online format with embedded support for special ed and EL students. These resources also follow the 5E approach to science learning and have an engaging text with virtual materials and resources for all. Parent support videos are easily accessible. Also, the secondary science adoption team was hopeful to be able to select additional resources for the elective science courses if the budget were to allow. Based on the current science quotes, it looks like we will be able to select resources for several science electives. So the next step is I would like you to consider and approve the resources I've described tonight. The resources are usually on display here at the district office. However, these materials are not only textbooks. So instead, we have provided the resource links for both the board and for parents to look at and view. Please let me know if you have any problems accessing the materials. Upon approval in January, we will get the orders completed so we can get materials into the hands of our staff as soon as possible. This spring, we would like to offer professional development, and each of the companies would like to come in and teach the staff how to use these materials to get the most out of our money. So we're super excited about the 21-22 school year science education. Any questions?
Any questions? Mr. Jackman, excuse me.
You're fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jody, these resources, how dependent are they on being one-to-one as we look towards a budget crunch? For one-to-one, every student having a computer.
They are dependent on that, for sure. Yeah, we would definitely need all of our students to be able to access the material.
And then my other question would be the individual lesson times. I know with the springboard adoption for the English curriculum, the lessons presented were based on a 90-minute class time. How does that look for our science curriculum?
Science curriculum's a little different than that. It just depends on the teacher and the lessons that they have prepared. And so it varies from teacher to teacher, lesson to lesson, I would say. So
thank you, Jody.
Any other questions? I have a question. You talked about the electives being able to fit into the budget and so forth. This price, that the 466,000, is that under the budget so we can afford the electives?
Yes.
Or how much do we have to spend on the electives now?
We hope that we have about 200,000.
Okay,
to
so
spend
that
on
should
the
give us a
electives.
breadth
Yes.
of elective courses
Yes,
in the science area.
We pulled up the count of students enrolled in the various science electives, and we're very hopeful that potentially we could get, a large number. We could really hit those electives. So
Okay,
we will keep you updated on that.
okay, which goes along with the STEM idea.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions from trustees? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Item number 9 then is to recommend approval of the 2019-2020 audit. Is there a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. Discussion. Any discussion? I'd like to thank Mr. Duncan and all the business department for their efforts, and thank you, Roxy, for the presentation earlier tonight. Any other comments? Okay, all in favor of the motion then, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed by the
Aye.
same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, communication and correspondence, item number 10. If a member of the public initiates specific complaints or charges against an employee in order to protect the employee's rights to privacy and due process, the board will only hear those complaints or charges in closed session. The board encourages concerned individuals to file complaints using the appropriate district complaint procedure and appropriate forms, which can be obtained from the district's website. As per policies B, D, D, H, and KD, please limit comments to the board to one time. So we do have a few comments tonight. First of all is Kristen Ryan, who is a parent. Please consider revising the proposed start times. When the 4-day week was voted on, parents were led to believe it would not change their daily lives drastically. If the proposed schedule goes through, I will have to consider pulling my son out of the district for his junior year. The start and end times do not work for my children in elementary or my oldest in high school. Thank you. Mike Hilton, also a parent. Dear board members, Superintendent McGovern and Ms. Bolton, I am writing as a parent of a student and as the spouse of a teacher. This current school year has been one of the hardest in recent memory. Of course, COVID is a contributor to that, but also the never-ending change that the district faces or places on itself. The 4-day school week was a big change, but we will adapt. The start and end times are a big change, but we will adapt. The budget cuts are a big change, but I don't think we can adapt to that, not anymore. It was disheartening to hear so many community members at the last meeting speak against funding our schools. Since the pandemic has revealed that schools and teachers are essential to a functioning society and the economy, you would think that all the businesses and corporations that can only operate because their employees get free childcare through schools would be appropriately taxed and thereby fully fund said schools. This community seems more than happy to consider school their free daycare, but when it comes time to pay for that care, everyone bristles at the thought. Generally speaking, I am against overtaxation. However, in this case, education funding has been cut by millions and millions of dollars for the past 4 or 5 years. When has enough been cut before you are cutting off your nose to spite your face? When all the fat has been trimmed, where do you continue to cut? The meat or the bone? That's what this community seems to be in favor of, as there is no more fat to cut. Are we willing to sacrifice our staff, our children, our facilities? If Ms. McGovern takes a pay cut, as some would love to see her do, why should she stay here? She would move on to a place willing to pay for her expertise, and who's to say that we would get another superintendent with her skills for the newly cut price? That's what people don't seem to think about. If you cut people's pay, they will leave and you will not be able to replace them. If you put 35 kids in a class, their education will suffer and the community will in turn suffer. If you lose teachers, what kind of teachers will replace them? Will we be willing to just take anyone as they have in Utah? Research shows that children learn best in small groups. To steal a phrase that has been popular this year, listen to the science. We cannot afford to close elementary schools, making classes larger, or lose the experienced staff we have. Truly, we get our teachers for a bargain price. According to the economic value of college majors, a 2015 study by Georgetown University, college graduates with a bachelor's degree earn an average annual salary of $61,000, while those with a graduate degree earn $78,000 annually. We start our teachers at what, 50,000? Teachers with a master's degree start at around 55,000. I'd say we're getting a heck of a deal, which is why we have to compensate them with benefits. We can't give them the cash they deserve, so we have to do something to sweeten the deal. Anyone who knows a teacher knows that they often work for free by giving time outside of contract hours and spending their own money on classroom supplies. These are people we need to take care of because we are lucky to have them. Teachers are working more hours, unpaid, than ever before. My wife and many, many others work anywhere from 15 to 20 extra hours a week, unpaid. That is time away from their family, their home, and their own health, and people dare complain about an extra 1% sales tax. The nerve. It's a small thing to ask for the success of our schools. On another note, the community complaints about the proposed start and end times are beyond ridiculous. These same people who don't want to fund schools also want to complain about their free childcare is going to be inconvenient for them. I remember having to actually pay out of pocket for before and after school daycare for my son. As a parent, that's sometimes what you have to do. Painful, but temporary. However, we need to again listen to the science. Later start times are not a newfangled idea. It's been around, researched, and proven. Do the residents of Rock Springs really want what is best for kids, or do they really just want what is most convenient for them? Right now, I'd say the latter. Remember, when kindergarten was half a day, I'm sure that was inconvenient for some people, but they made it work. There was a lot of work that went into creating the start and end times proposal, and the people who put in that time deserve to be heard. People complaining about what time practices will end, you are the same people who don't want to fund schools, so you won't have to worry because there won't be sports anymore, or band, or choir, or art, or vocational classes. Can't you see how they are all interconnected? You can't underfund a school and still get all the perks of free childcare. We must fund our schools, and we must respect the decisions that our elected board members make. We voted for these people, now let them do their jobs. This is the time for Rock Springs to show what they really care about, our kids and the future, or pocket change and slight inconveniences. Giovanni Hernandez, who is a student. In semester grades, is all C's a passing grade, or is it bad? Superintendent McGovern, would you like to address that?
Sure. So on this question, just speaking in general terms, C's are passing grade. And if that is bad or not, the one thing that we would ask is that all of our students do the very best that they can in the classes that they have, and that they get the supports that they need to be successful. And then I also believe whether that's bad or not, that would have to be a conversation, Giovanni, that to have perhaps with your mom or dad, and make those decisions together as a family. So Chair Jellicoe, when I answered those, I tried to keep those as general as I could, as we're not talking about
Specifics.
specifics to our student.
Okay, thank you. Crystal Madchi, a parent. I am concerned and disappointed with the decision to drain the high school pool during winter break. We are mid-season for boys swimming. Our coaches and team deserve to hold daily practices during break in their home pool. Pool maintenance usually has problems with pH levels during winter break, keeping the boys from practicing, but draining the pool is nonsense. The cost to refill the pool far outweighs the cost of keeping the pool filled. Our team is already behind with not having managers during girls' season and club not being able to use the pool due to Sweetwater School District Number 1 COVID policy. How silly are the 2020 boys swim season pictures going to look in an empty pool? Our team works hard to represent Rock Springs High School, show them the respect they deserve, keep the pool filled and at the correct pH levels so they can hold practices and have their season pictures in their home pool. Dan, would you like to address that?
Madam Chair, members of the board, superintendent. I don't know where the miscommunication come from, but the pool is being drained, but it's not because of pH levels. In fact, I did some research into it. You rarely, if ever, drain a pool for pH levels. The last time they drained a pool for pH levels in this district was 15 to 18 years ago. What happened up there is Mr. Portillo, who takes care of the pool with his certified staff, was doing a pool inspection and noticed that there was water coming out of the base of the foundation where the pool is resting the concrete underneath. So he contacted CEM, which is the company that installed the pool. That pool liner has a 15-year warranty, and there is a tear or there is a leak in the pool. The only time that they can make it up here where we could actually do something to drain it, have them go in there, fix repair the leak, fill it back up, heat the pool and everything is over the Christmas break. So while it is true that we are draining a pool, it's not because of the pH level, but unfortunately something has happened with the liner where, we need to find out why this has happened. This is, I don't know what's going on up there, but Mark has been talking with the PE teachers, trying to figure out what would have caused a tear or a leak in the pool liner. But that's the facts. And again, this is misinformation that gets out that could have been kind of quelled if somebody had just called my office. I'm always there. I always return my phone calls. If you have an issue with something like this, again, writing into the board is fine, but they could have called my office and I could have put the rest, A, why we're draining the pool, and B, it's not because of pH. And like I said, I don't know how these rumors get started, but best way to address something is to call the people who know what's going on directly.
And if they don't know who that is, they could call the central office and have directions.
They can, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Serena Brooks, who is a parent, clarification on COVID policy regarding asymptomatic staff members who are pending test results. Of note, outreach to CAB members multiple times with no return phone calls or addressing the question, and that has been addressed to my understanding. Thank you. Darcy Punches, staff. I would like to preface this comment and say that I am grateful we are able to work in school and see our students every day. I do not want to go virtual, and it appears the likelihood of that happening is low. However, it is very difficult to teach students who are online and in class at the same time. I don't ever feel that either gets the attention they deserve. When one adds on internet issues, my internet dropped 8 times today, it feels impossible to give either the focus they deserve or need. I understand that some of this is just the situation we are in, but there are also solutions to this issue. At the secondary level, we could have specific class times be dedicated to virtual students. For example, volunteer teachers could say they would teach all the virtual students during block 3-4, and they would teach just online, perhaps also quarantine students. This would give the other teachers an opportunity to focus solely on the students in class. Another option would be to truly allow students to do asynchronous learning. Those of us participating in the Teach United course are learning about the effectiveness of students' voice and choice, but we cannot implement many of the strategies because virtual students are expected to attend class for the entire class period. I have students who would benefit from a learning path that doesn't ask them to do so. Further, if it was allowed to post pre-record lessons that students could use asynchronously, then when the internet isn't working, they would have some guidance on terms of what to do next. My internet shut down during my 4th and 5th period classes between 4 and 5 times today. Our Google Meet in my 4th period class has dropped daily because of internet issues. I know our technology department is doing what they can to address it. However, all of my students are impacted when a Google Meet drops or another internet arises. I spend instructional time focused on getting the technology up and running at my students' expense. I believe our district did a great job preparing for everyone going virtual. It doesn't appear that that is going to happen or not with any frequency. I would love for us to pause and ponder the best way to move forward, knowing that is the case. I truly believe we can serve our students better next semester if we take the time to adjust and consider different approaches. That concludes the public comment. So we'll move on to the treasurer's report, item number 11. Mr. Jackman.
Superintendent McGovern, do you have a comment?
Thanks, Matt. Chair Jellicoe,
Sorry,
would you like
Chair Wine.
Stephanie to talk real quick about the internet issue? She could probably address that.
Okay, that probably is of interest not only to the board, but to the public as well,
Sure.
and staff.
Thank you,
Yes.
Steph.
For sure. So throughout this semester, we have noticed that we have an issue with our firewall, or we had noticed that we had an issue with our firewall. We had upgraded all of our equipment to the 10 gig pipe throughout, so we should be, I didn't hit that, did I, Zeph? So we should be able to have an abundance of traffic, but what we found is we had a bottleneck at our firewall with only 1 gig. So on Friday, we actually rolled that over to the new firewall, and we are seeing much better response times and traffic on the network. I will also address, I know that Mrs. Punches is at Rock Springs Junior High. We're in the middle of updating their internet in the building. We're about halfway through that process. We rolled over our MDF over the Thanksgiving break, and we'll continue to roll the closets over in the evenings and the weekends, adding additional access points throughout the building. If anyone who is having extensive issues with drops, I noticed that she submitted the comment today. So I would encourage anybody in that building to reach out to us, because we can do some additional things to assist in the interim before we get the new network fully up and running over there. But we did see a big difference with the firewall throughout the rest of the district.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
Any questions? Thank you for that update.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr. Jackman, if you'd like to proceed with the treasurer's report then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting off for the school lunch program and Head Start in the general fund, we began with $9,345,223 in the general fund, and we finished with $24,552,100. For the school lunch program, we started with $732,296.83, and we finished with $979,551.94. Finally, in the Head Start program, we began with $63,305.37 and finished with $65,990.70. That concludes the treasurer's report.
Thank you, Mr. Jackman. I entertain a motion to approve the treasurer's report.
So moved, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by Mr. Mickelson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed by
Aye.
the same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes. Item number 12, the warrants. Mr. Jackman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Warrants from November 5th, 2020 to December 9th, 2020 totaled $5,799,700.45. They were check number 140370 through 141081 and associated credit card charges.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the warrants?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Summers. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion, unless members of the board request specific items to be held and discussed separately and/or removed from this section. Minutes. Item 13A, approval of the minutes from the November 9th, 2020 regular meeting. 13B, approval of the minutes from the November 9th, 2020 executive session. 13C, approval of the minutes from the December 2nd, 2020 special board meeting. 13D, approval of the minutes from the December 7th, 2020 board workshop. Finance. 13E, approval to accept the budget amendments for the 2020-2021. 13F, approval of the resolution granting the use of the past signatures and signature stamps. Technology. 13G, approval to renew VMware licensing through Converge One. Curriculum. 13H, authorization for the Department of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment to use BOCHI's 2020-2021 grant funds to purchase books for dual enrollment courses with Western Wyoming Community College. Facilities. 13I, approval of the bid for the purchase of custodial equipment. General Board Business. 13J, approval of the Head Start 2019-2020 annual report. Okay, with none of the sections being held, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by Mr. Mickelson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jackman. All in favor, please say aye.
Chair Jellicoe, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before the board approves on that one, just for clarification, on 13G, the backup document has the correct name of the company. It's VMware, but on the board agenda, it has WMware, and that should be VMware.
VMware.
Yes,
okay.
and the backup, like I said, is okay.
Okay.
But there's a typo on the front one. I apologize for
Okay.
that, and I just want the board to be aware of what they're approving in the correct name.
Okay, so 13G, did everyone get that approval to renew V as in Victor, M where licensing? Okay. So I believe we were back to a vote on approval of the consent agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Motion passes. Okay, let's go to the addendum. The addendum, there is a personnel issue. Stephen Williams has submitted a resignation effective December 18th, 2020. Recommend acceptance. And item number 2, nutrition services. Recommendation to authorize the district's Department of Nutrition Services to purchase a la carte beverages for the National School Lunch Program for December 15th, 2020 through June 30th of 2021. Recommendation to purchase a la carte beverages from Coca-Cola Bottling Company, High Country, for approximately $75,000. Recommendation is based upon pricing, product variety, and bid specifications. Is there a motion to approve the addendum?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. Okay, item number 14, general board business. Approval to send the follow-up letter on school finance recalibration to members of the select committee and to local legislators. Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Can you pack this?
Second.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. Discussion. Okay, you all received the revised letter. I guess any comments or thoughts about, we talked a little bit about the last one at the last meeting. The letter has been reworked, and your thoughts. Anyone? I would add that I believe that we are trying to lay out to legislators, whether they be on the select committee or to local legislators, the devastating effects some of these cuts could have on the district. And we've tried to make that apparent in the letter with some of the facts that were discussed in the task force, in the cost savings task force. So we've tried to bring those things out. I've heard the picture is quite effective in terms of showing what 35 students in a classroom would look like and the safety and health issues that could be present in that. So hopefully some of the things that we have done will make it apparent. I would also suggest that in addition to sending this to the members of the select committee and to local legislators, that we utilize this letter to send out to the public, place on our website, maybe place in the newspaper as we start to educate our public about the kinds of cuts that we have already worked our way through and the effects that future cuts could have on our students, as well as the programs that we offer moving forward. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then there is a motion to approve that has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The motion passes. So we will work on getting that out. The committee does meet next Monday and Tuesday, the 21st and 22nd. I believe we do plan to testify, if my recollection serves me correctly. So that will also provide us some fodder to present to the legislative committee on recalibration as we testify at that virtual meeting. Okay. Item number 15, general board business. Approval of the purchase of emergency supplies and equipment necessary to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. That was the CARES budget adjustment in the amount of $1,541,400. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Batolo. Is there a second?
Oh, that's a lot.
Second, Madam Chair.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
the only item I want to talk a little bit about would be the technology swivel camera USB links that we can't get before 12:30.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering how essential these are. It's one thing if we're able to use CARES Act funding, it's another to come out of our capital projects as we look at a budget crisis. I'm just curious.
So these items make a night and day difference in the classroom with the swivel robots. With the USB link, they no longer have to have that 10-foot cord for integrated audio. So for the student at home, it would be comparable to our families at home. If I'm standing over here talking, they're not going to be able to hear me nearly as well. And I had said, if I'm standing over there talking, you guys couldn't hear me nearly as well at home. The same goes for our students. If we're not using that integrated audio piece with that USB cable, which the link replaces, then it's really hard for students to hear unless the teacher's standing right there at the iPad. So it honestly makes night and day difference. And I do have funds, fortunately, for equipment and capital projects that have been planned for similar purchases.
So that actually gives much more flexibility to the teacher
Yes.
in terms of what they can do with the students in their classroom
Yes.
and still have the kids virtually hear what they're saying.
So they could put the robot anywhere at this point instead of within 10 feet of their computer. Once we get those links in, first part of the year, fingers crossed. Instead of having it within 10 feet, they could have it anywhere in the classroom. And the mic, for those of you that participated in the cost savings task force, or if any leadership meetings we've done where you're that person who's at home, it makes all the difference in the world if they're using that integrated audio because it's picking up the mic from the lanyard that the teacher's wearing, and then also from the other markers that we place around the room for the other students speaking. So a ton more flexibility with the USB links.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
The motion passes. Okay, the early notification of retirements and resignations. Approval of a voluntary early notice incentive to all certified staff or administrators. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. Discussion. Superintendent McGovern or Nicole, would either of you like to, or Scott? Okay, Scott's going to address it.
I can
Okay,
take this one.
okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McGovern. This is one of 3 incentives or payouts that are going to come before you this evening. This one is a voluntary early notice for certified staff and administrators of their intent not to return for the 21-22 school year. The deadline is March 2nd, 2021 at 4 p.m. And this would be an irrevocable intent. It's a one-time payment of $500, and the notion behind this is to provide notice of vacant positions at the earliest possible time to be able to replace them, and also to identify positions if a reduction in force is deemed necessary by the Board of Trustees. Now, this incentive, you could also be eligible for the next incentive, which is a one-time sick leave payout, and also the following one, an early retirement incentive if you're eligible for those. So you have the potential, if you qualify for those 3 incentives or payouts.
Chair Jellicoe.
Superintendent McGovern.
Thank you. Trustees, one other point of clarification on item 16A is what's nice about this one is the district is doing everything that we can to avoid a reduction in force, everything possible that we can do. And as for example, if I was not a retiree, but a scenario could be if I knew that my family was going to move because my spouse had to relocate for their job, and I knew I was leaving Sweetwater 1, unfortunately, at the end of the year, they could let the district know that they were leaving. It gives them something for letting the district know ahead of time, because it could save a position as we work through that domino effect, as we work through the early retirement in the items to follow. But this one we haven't used for a couple of years. We have before. But it's just a little something for their professionalism to say, hey, I'm not going to be here for next year. We don't need to know the scenario why, but if you have a spouse leaving and they know they're not going to be here, it really does help us out as we try to save jobs in this unprecedented time that we've got. That's what's unique about 16A.
So instead of waiting until May 15th, which is the state deadline for notification to the district, this would give an additional 10 weeks or so, 2.5 months heads up that gives the district time to analyze the position, see if it really needs to be replaced or can be absorbed in some other way that would help us in the RIF, avoiding the RIF.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo?
I assume, by the way that this is written, this is open to any teacher regardless of years of experience?
Chair Jellicoe?
Superintendent McGovern?
Yes, that's correct, John.
Thank you.
And that would include even initial contract teachers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so any teacher or administrator, any certified staff, I should put it that way.
Yes.
Further questions or comments? Okay, then we have a motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion passes. Item number 17, the sick leave payout. Approval of a one-time sick leave payout for certified staff. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs.
Second.
Summers. Okay, discussion. Mr. Duncan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We've done this one the past couple of years when it's in accordance with a negotiated agreement, which basically says that if there's funding to take a look at this incentive for a sick leave payout, the notice needs to be received by February 1st, 2021 at 4 p.m. The payout consists of 50% of the daily sub rate of $87.50. It will be paid by direct deposit on May 27th, which is the last contract day for the teachers, June 9th for 10-month administrators, and June 16th for 12-month administrators. And the funding for this has already been set aside in the budget for the sick leave payout. There's about $75,000 plus benefits set aside. And I think last year we used less than $50,000 or so.
Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo.
so the 50%, I just haven't read this a couple times, and now hearing you say it, it sounded different to me. It's 50% of 8750, not 8750 is 50% of the sub rate. Is that correct?
Yeah, 8750 is 50% of the sub rate. So
Which is 175.
175 and half of that is the 8750.
And is that a different number than we had last year?
I don't believe
I
so.
don't believe so.
Okay, I don't know why I thought that was a different
Yeah.
number.
So,
Thank you.
so each day would be worth $87.50.
Okay.
Other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of approval of the one-time sick leave payout for certified staff? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay, number 18, early retirement incentive. Approval of an early retirement incentive. Motion, please.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Mickelson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jackman. Discussion. Mr.
Madam
Duncan.
Chair.
Mr. Mickelson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, by recollection, this is significantly more than we've offered in the past when we've done the early retirement incentive. And I was just hoping for an explanation of why. Or to be told that I'm off my nut and it's actually in line with past procedure. Thank you.
Mr. Duncan?
Sure. Yes, last year, or last time we offered this, it was for 40,000. We did raise it to 50,000 for a couple of reasons. One is to incent people because they have a relatively short time to decide whether they want to take this incentive or not. And also we wanted to make sure that we could actually get the 35 positions that we were looking for. And there's a risk of not going enough, not getting enough of the 35, but there's also a risk of getting too many where you're having to take more drastic measures to actually get the number of positions that may be available. So we thought that 50,000 per employee was an amount based on the timing and also the need to be sure that we got the 35 positions. Is there anything you care to add, Superintendent?
Superintendent McGovern?
Thank you, Chair Jellicoe, trustees. Again, really the idea for this one on the higher amount was, we know choosing to retire is a very big decision for people and their careers, especially those, if they qualify for this, there are staff that have been here for a long time. So this is their home. And so to make a decision like that, it's going to, change the course of their future without a doubt. But on this one, we really tried to stress the importance of needing the 35 positions to get us down to ground zero per se. Because in our budget projections next year, without any further legislative cuts, we are still out $3.02 million. And so what this does right here is it takes us down to where the district right sizing with our enrollment versus what our staffing would be. So that way we are addressing the $3 million deficit going into next year. Now, further legislative cuts, that brings on a different scenario. And that's where the ideas of the cost savings task force may come into further play. But by doing this and having the ability to do this, the higher amount is to really notice those and entice some of those that are interested in making that jump for their next chapter in their life. But also, trustees, the truth of it is we know from past practice, we have non-veteran teachers with less experience. And when they leave the district, when they leave the state, they don't come back. And so we have got to do our very best to save jobs, save good teachers, save good administrators, save good staff, period. And we believe by enticing that by $10,000 more, it could help us really reach that goal.
And I want to reiterate, items 16, 17, and now 18, all of these are designed to help us not have to implement the RIF policy. And you may be hearing some things that the RIF policy was reworked in policy last week. It is out for public comment, so you may be getting some comments about that. Policy is meeting again Wednesday. So we'll have some of those comments and address those. But all of these are designed that the hope is that we do not have to utilize the RIF policy. But it was recommended, as those of you that attended the School Boards Association conference heard, that the recommendation was to review the district's RIF policy to make sure that it is something, and it had not been addressed in 25 years. So it was time to look at it. So that's an aside. But again, our hope is not to have to use that RIF policy. And I can't emphasize that enough for those people out there, because I do know that there are people out there that are concerned about whether they're going to have a position or not. And so we'd rather have people leave of their own volition than have to implement some of these other options.
Chair Jellicoe, if I
Superintendent
may.
McGovern?
There's one other item, as Scott kind of walks us through these documents before you for approval. And there was a great question that came forward about why don't we offer early retirement incentives for classified staff? And if I could take just one minute to address that, because it's a great question and suggestion that has come forward. When you look at the letter that was approved by the Board of Trustees and through the task force, and we've said numerous times, but Back in the year 15-16, Sweetwater 1 was placed in a very difficult situation with no time to plan ahead and address for the budget. And that year, 75 paraprofessionals were riffed with a reduction in force. And since that time, we have not replaced those positions. So we are extremely lean on all of the classified staff that we do have. So the reason why we don't offer an early retirement for classified staff is because in order to reap the benefits of losing a position, you lose the experience from all those people when they walk out the door. That's the downside. But in order to reap the financial savings, you've got to be able to absorb that position in some way. And we are running so lean in all the departments, we don't have extra staff to cut. The only way you could reap a benefit on a classified position, an example would be if a school was closed, and we don't want to do that either. But so if you closed a school, for example, and say you had a building secretary, well, the only way you could reap that position is by not filling that. And so it's for those reasons that we don't have an incentive for our classified staff, because we've already taken a hard look at those positions that we have, and we need them, and we cannot function without them.
Thank you.
Carol.
Further discussion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo.
I support the need to do this. I support that this is a maybe a better way to help address some of the problems we have with budget. My only question is on the first come, first serve. I don't know why that feels so weird to me, because I think about the two extremes. We've got a teacher that has 15 years of experience and another one that has 35. And just based on when their particular application hit the desk, one would get it and the other one wouldn't. Now, I don't have a proposal in my head to solve that, but can we talk about that for a minute?
Of course, yes, that's a good question. The main driver is we have the one-time money that we got from the tax shortfall grant. So it's a certain pocket of money. So unless there's a mechanism to cap it at or near that amount, you would be unable to, estimate how much that would cost if you just opened it up to those people that were eligible and wanted to take it. So that's a mechanism to cap it with the available funding. And this is also a similar process that we ran the last time we did it. And we're going to do it electronically this time. And Stephanie will kind of lead us through that a little bit later to get the timestamps of how you determine who's first, who's second, who's third on that list when it's submitted.
Okay.
Chair Jellicoe, could I please add to
Ms.
that?
Bolton?
From the personnel and legal side, Mr. Batolo as well, we do not have a policy in place that would dictate the process of which we would pick and choose who gets it and who doesn't.
Okay.
And that significantly opens us up legally when we don't have that criteria into a policy to follow.
Okay. That makes sense to me. I just thinking about, it's cold in this corner, and I'm thinking about the day that opens up, if our veteran teachers are out in the parking lot waiting for the door to open. Not this time, sir. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. So it was just a question of what's the difference between
Logistics.
35 and 36. I understand all of that and support it, but I just wanted to have that conversation.
Well, and my recollection is we had 35 available positions the last time, and I'm not sure that we filled all of them. I mean, that's the goal. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we had 25 positions.
Yeah,
and
so
we
we'd
were-
like to, I mean, that would help us a great deal if we saw 35.
Yes.
But in the past, we have not technically reached that cap.
Well-
In the, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Superintendent McGovern.
In the previous time, we needed 25, And I believe when it was all said and done, sometimes people submit and they're not quite sure if they meet the criteria or not. So when in doubt, they make sure that they submit.
Apply.
But I think when that process was finished all the way through, we were able to fill the 25 through all of it. And there was just a couple after that that did not meet that that timeliness in there to be the first 25 for it, but it was very effective last time.
And they also have an opportunity to rescind within a few days. So somebody that comes in at 36 might actually move up into the people that it could be granted to, you know, depending, because sometimes people do rescind the application.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. It's one of the items that are listed inside the documents for the incentive. There's actually a couple of time periods where they have an opportunity to rescind. When we were preparing these agenda items for the board this evening, we tried to make the due dates be similar. So on the sick leave payout, you'll notice that they need to let us know by February 1st. You'll also see that February 1st in the early retirement incentive. So we know that if one of our employees makes that decision, you know, there's a lot going on right now. So if we can keep those dates of when they're due and those kind of things right on the same track, we surely tried to do that. The first one, going off of what you had said, Carol, was February 1st by 4 o'clock. And Scott, I'll turn it back over to you and you can walk us more through there. I know you were going to do that, but so they've got a couple times.
Mr. Duncan?
Okay, yes, thank you. Yeah, again, the purpose is to accept the voluntary retirements from the higher salaried employees in hopes of saving those positions at the teachers that are newer to the district. The intent is that the 35 positions would not be filled, and that would produce an estimated savings of about 2.8 million. And again, we know we're going into a deficit next year of about 3 million, so this would take a good chunk of that away. We still may need to do other measures to reach that $3 million deficit, but this will go a long ways. So in essence, you know, the payout to the district, your cost to the district is a little over 53,000. So you're paying 53.8 to get an estimated savings of about 80,000 per position. And so that's where the saving is coming from. As far as the program goes, there's an eligibility component and it's open to certified staff or administrators that meet certain criteria at the end of their contract year. So the first criteria is to have a minimum of 15 years of cumulative service to the district. So it doesn't have to be your last 15 years. It just has to be cumulative of 15 over a period of time. And that's a little bit different than the way it was last year. The next one is you need to be eligible for retirement under the Wyoming retirement system. And for full retirement, that's either you're in tier 1 and age 60 invested, or tier 2 at age 65 invested, or you meet the rule of 85, which is the combination of your age and your years of service. To meet the Wyoming retirement at a reduced benefit, you have to be tier 1 and age 50 invested, tier 2, age 55 or vested, or have 25 years of service within the Wyoming retirement system itself. Currently, we're still working through the numbers, but there's about 90 people so far that we know would qualify. Yes. And you know, that number could go up.
Further questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman?
Scott, in June, July, we approved the budget. And I think we had about an $800,000 shortfall at that time for next year. What happened between then and now?
The decreased enrollment. That's the biggest driver.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, then we have a motion on the floor.
Chair Jellicoe?
Yes.
Would it be okay if Stephanie kind of led us through what the application process would
sure.
be, since we're going to an electronic format?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have to have folks standing out in the cold. We're actually going to be able to use our frontline system for people to submit their applications. It'll be the flip of a switch on my end at the time and date that we decide to open that. And then employees will be able to get on and submit the paperwork themselves. And I actually asked Dylan and Zach to bring up an account to show you what that will look like. So what I've been doing over the last couple days is I built a form in Frontline for emergency contact information, just have staff update their contact info. So what I'd like to do in the morning is send this out to the whole district. Say this is a practice really for how the retirement piece will look, but added benefit, we get updated emergency contacts for all of our employees, which I think we desperately need. So they will sign into the Frontline system and they will actually just go to My Forms. Once they click on My Forms, they'll see up in the right-hand corner, Forms I Can Start. You could click on that. And listed here will be the retirement incentive. Of course, it's not there now because we don't want people to start filling it out now. But to have them practice, we're going to have them start this form for the emergency contact update form. And we'll do chunky crayon directions for this with the emergency contact, but this will give us the advanced opportunity to make sure everybody can log in, to make sure that they know where to go, and to make sure that they have the proper permissions to fill out forms on their own. So we'll ask them to do this kind of as a practice because we'd like to start doing more through Frontline, but this will also help us to preemptively solve any issues so that we're not in the crunch time when everybody's trying to do it at the same time. We'll have a full 2 days to help them out with that. So that's really as simple as the form. They'll go through, fill it out, click submit, and it will timestamp it with their signature.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on that?
Further questions?
Awesome. Thank you guys for helping me.
Thank you. Okay, again, we have a motion on the floor with a second. All in favor of the approval of an early retirement incentive? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The motion passes. And my understanding is these will probably go Wednesday, be active on Wednesday. Is that the plan?
Yes, that's correct. We're going to get out with the board's approval on these tonight. We're going to work on those 3 agenda items and some district emails to get those ready to go for tomorrow. We could get the early resignation and the sick leave payout. We could get that out tomorrow. The early retirement opens up the following day at 4 o'clock.
Wednesday. Okay, item number 19, board information, the alternative calendar 4-day school week update.
Thank you, Chair
Mrs. Bolton?
Jellicoe. Thank you, Chair Jellicoe, Superintendent McGovern, and members of the board. I'm just bringing an update because the Start and End Time Committee has been working diligently and they've been working very hard. We had a lot of feedback to go through, of which I'll share with you. I had shared with Chair Jellicoe that I'm in the process of kind of grouping the feedback and tallying for you guys because it's 84 pages. And I do have it broke up by grade levels. I have it broke up by like parent, business owner, those kind of things. I don't know who they are, but they marked, you know, who or what they represent. And based off of the feedback of the start and end times that had gone out, the committee got back together and discussed the feedback and chose to make some alter the start and end times to try to go off as much feedback as we could. There's a couple, an update. So the committee unanimously wanted to only put Friday out as the option. The reason is because it had the highest cost savings, even though that's not why this was initially implemented. It is something we have to consider now. It also has the highest absentee rate for students and staff. And it was overwhelmingly supported. And so out of the options, we did not give an option of none because we have to pick something moving forward. And that wasn't a vote, it was just feedback. But option 2 seemed to be, well, it was overwhelmingly the most popular, where elementary didn't start before 7:45 and secondary was getting out around 4:10-ish. It's not 4:45. That one was not popular at all. So then the committee started talking about it. The number of days we go to school also affects the length of the day, right? So the shorter amount that we go in a calendar year, the longer the day is, because we have to meet. I know I'm 6 feet apart, but it's fogging up my glasses, so I'm going to take it off for just a second. We have to meet the 900 minutes minimum. We go over for elementary, 1,050 hours, sorry, for junior high, and a minimum of 1,100 hours for secondary. Secondary, anytime there's an alteration to a schedule, is usually the one that's going to get impacted the most because it has the most hours. So I just want to clarify a couple things for the community, and it's not intentional to not put a ton of information out as we're going through this process to hide anything. It's how I was asked to approach the process so that we could break it up. And so for the public's information, we were asked to look at an alternative schedule. It was not a 4-day week committee, but this committee got together and they came up with numerous schedules, went through an entire process, but they were not tasked with looking at start and end times. They were not tasked with looking at a calendar. We were only coming up with an alternative calendar suggestion to meet the goals that were set forth by the board. And they did that, and that's an option that was voted in. So for me to put out a ton of information would A, look like it's predetermined, and B, I just don't have the information yet, which makes this very difficult. And so in essence, some people are making some decisions without all the information. And so with that, I'm going to ask that we not bring the start and end times forward to the board until we actually have some calendar recommendations. The start and end time committee discussed this, and if we bring something forward to the board and it ties our hands before we see what that looks like on a calendar, that could have a pretty negative impact too. And I think that it's hard for people to give informed feedback if they don't have all of the facts. So what we're doing is we took the feedback, we're coming up with some options for like 144 days, 148, 152 calendar days. Show what the start and end times were. We are, I think, giving a couple options. So one where elementary would not start before 7:45 and secondary starts at 8:30. And then based off the feedback, they want elementary to start later than secondary. Well, at no point when we were going over the alternative calendar did we ever say that there would not be drastic changes. There's no way you can go to an alternative calendar and not have this. I mean, just the 4-day week alone for this community is a drastic change. And it will be implemented and we will use it what it was intended for. But we can't do that kind of change without adjusting the start and end times. There's just no way. So we are providing an option where elementary starts later, but that's going to be closer to like 8:45-ish. But in the end, elementary is not going to get out after secondary. It's not. Elementary will still be able to offer some after-school things because it'll be within contract time. But there's no way, unless you're going to extend the date way beyond for the elementary, and that's going to be really late. And so we'll put it out and get feedback for that, and then we'll have that feedback to take to the calendar committee to build the calendars. And then I would like to bring the start and end times along with the calendars forward to the board to vote. It doesn't have to be together. They could be separate actions, but I just don't want to tie the calendar committee's hands. A lot of this is just too intertwined to, I mean, it's okay we're taking steps and doing it separate, but in the end, they're all intertwined.
Questions, comments?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mickelson.
I've had the privilege of sitting on the start and end time committee, and I think some of this will come down to the board's tolerance for change. There are issues that may arise around transportation, around the structure of the calendar year, keeping everybody on the same calendar or splitting them out. And it really, I think, is imperative that the board decide its tolerance for accepting that, switching to a 4-day calendar, acknowledging that level of change, and that, it could be very uncomfortable, that there may be things that are not something we've done for the last, 30 years, that we as a board would need to be willing to support and take the criticism for to see if it works. And so I don't know that this is the appropriate time to have that conversation, but it's going to be very difficult for the calendar committee that I also have the privilege of participating on, to do its work until the board has that conversation and commits to, hey, if transportation issues arise, we have the ability to modify things to resolve them without spending more money. Or if there's a teacher contract time issue that comes about because of this, we have the ability to address that appropriately and make those adjustments to make this 4-day week attempt the best that it can be and to give it the best chance of succeeding. And I know the central administration folks are working really hard to develop relationships with community partners to make it successful, but it is really incumbent on us to have that conversation and to give some clear guidance that, yeah, if people are unhappy, we're going to stick with this, or we're not going to be tolerant of this. So make sure that you are considering those issues prior to making a recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further comments?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman.
Ms. Bolton, what is your anticipated time frame? And I'm thinking we've got negotiations coming up. There's a lot of factors. I'm curious what an anticipated time frame for a proposal would be. And it's not like if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'm just a guess.
I believe the anticipated time frame is to bring it to the board in, well, now it's going to be a little different because I'm going to do it after the calendar committee. The calendar committee, so it would be to the board as information in February, and it would be voted on in March. And that'll give ample time for us to be able to, again, receive feedback. And then the calendar committee is not near as extensive as the rest have been. But nonetheless, well, it might get more complicated. I don't know. We should be able to vote on it by March, and then I have to submit it to the State Board of Education for approval.
Thank you.
Further comments? Mr.
Madam
Vitolo?
Chair. I read through all of the comments, which was, it's amazing how many people are responding, and thanks for giving them that opportunity. One of the things that rang for me was the notion of family time, and then also the ability for older kids to take care of younger kids. And I struggle with that a little bit because I think we have to make decisions based on the academic areas. But one of the things that I thought might be possibly a solution, or at least a partial solution, is looking at the number of classes that we require all of our students to take. Now, as kids get older in high school, they have fewer classes they're required to take, and that doesn't count to be eligible for athletics and all of that. But I just wondered if that might be another area that might provide some of that flexibility that would allow people to do their schoolwork and also be of service to their families. I don't know if that's part of that conversation or not, or if it could be.
Chair Jellicoe?
Mrs. Bolton?
I'm glad you actually brought that up. That was a part of the discussion of the committee, so thank you for bringing that up. And honestly, at our high school, we offer far more credits than are required to graduate. And Ms. Fletcher and that administrative team work miracles with schedules, despite whatever schedule we're on, to accommodate the needs of students. You know, we have students that have to work in order to help support their families, and they still graduate with all their credits, because we do have options with like dual and concurrent courses, or we have some online options or work study options. And so there is going to be that flexibility. Just because the hours are set at that, especially for our juniors and seniors, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to be set. The other thing for sports practices, you know, I'm sure some will move to the morning, where they're up, but it's non-academic based. So they're up and moving and getting their brains going and things like that. And then, you know, Mr. Jasmine and I have spoke about the gym spaces in around the district and utilizing those in a fashion so that practices aren't going, you know, significantly late. But the reality is a lot of our youth sports outside of the school go till 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. So that's not really going to be much different. And I did talk to districts that were on 4-day weeks because I'm interested in the feedback we're getting, and a lot of it is similar to what they got when they ran the process. And even, you know, the 27J, right? So that is the district I've been monitoring really closely because it's the one district that's larger than us that went to a true 4-day week. And babysitting and childcare was their largest concern, and they had minimal participation when the district opened up a daycare for that day. And a lot of the concerns, and I've heard this from every single district that I have talked to, a lot of the concerns that were brought forth by the next year when they were running the feedback, to get feedback, things had adapted and adjusted, and actually the approval rating for the 4-day week was significantly higher than what it usually is when it's very first implemented, because it's big change and change is hard. The district committed to putting a committee together to start, you know, reaching out to community resources to see what we can, you know, do to help, but the district's not going to be able to solve every single concern that comes up, but we'll do our best to work with the community and within the feedback. And someone came at public comment the very first time we had run this process and said that there's college students that are willing and wanting to help out and run activities and do some different things. And we've had businesses reach out wanting to partner with us. We already have people adjusting things to offer other things on Fridays. I think that you'll see the community come together to adapt to what we're doing. And we're not doing this. I mean, I just want to make sure that people know we're not doing this to give our teachers an extra day off. That's not what this is. The goals were very much base that ultimately led to student achievement, and that is our end goal. And we know that quality instruction counts, but we're still going to take all of that feedback. But the high school has a lot more flexibility to adapt and adjust, and we'll be able to offer things after school for the elementary, not in a babysitting aspect, but for enrichment and interventions. And there's a plethora of things we're going to be able to do with this schedule to benefit students and give our teachers the time that they need in order to plan and adjust. And I didn't put contract hours out with the proposed times. We did have them figured out. I'll put them out next time because for the teachers, it's one thing, but for the general public, I wanted them to truly focus on what affects them. But our teachers are not, they may be working less days. They're not working less hours. So the notion that, oh, these teachers are going to get to keep their pay and they're not working it. No, I don't want the attack to be on them. They work extremely hard, and that's not true. So I think, to reiterate what Max said too, is if we start giving in one area, then we're going to have to take in another. So if the public really wants something, realize that we don't have the money just to hire more staff, that would be, I mean, like a drastic change to transportation or something like that. So we just need to keep in mind that there is a balance here, and just because we fix one doesn't mean that the other is not going to sink down and cause turmoil. So I don't know. There's some unknown, and I won't put out information that I don't positively know, but we're getting closer with more details, and the committee really did take the feedback to heart and came up with some more recommendations.
I want to piggyback on that a little bit. I think there's a misconception, and I got that from some of the comments, some of the public comments that's come to us over the past month or so, is that there is a misconception out there that because we're going to a 4-day week, the teachers will be working less. That is absolutely not true. We have to meet the hour obligations that the Wyoming Department of Education sets forth for elementary, middle school, and high school. We have to meet those hours. And it's just how those hours are spread out over 4 days instead of 5 days. And what I heard you say very early on is that you were looking at 144-day, 148-day, and 152-day. So what that tells me is that you're looking at a basis of 144, but if we go a week longer, which would be the 148 days, or go 2 weeks longer, which would be the 152 days, that we may not have to make those days as long, because we can still meet the hours, but not make the day itself so long, particularly for the high school students. So if I'm trying to clarify that for the public, so that, you know, when we're talking about cost savings and the comments come up that we should cut teacher salaries because they're working one less day, they're not working less hours. And actually they're working more time because of the additional preparation time that they have at home. You heard in some of the comments tonight about how many hours people work on average a week beyond their contracts, way beyond their contracts. So I just want to reiterate that. And also, you know, the idea that we're looking at maybe a longer year in terms of weeks, so that we don't have to have from sun up to sundown, for example, as far as the hours for our high school students. So that's all part of the picture that we have to look at. And I think it's important that we have an accurate portrayal of those options, so that we can obviously select something that we think is going to be the best for the district, and hopefully meet the needs of our constituents and our families as well.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman.
I've got a few things. So would it be helpful to put, 144 days, 1,100 hours, that's what, 8.5 hours for a high school student to be in the classroom in a given day? Just, would that be helpful to say that student's going to be learning for 8.5 hours versus 152 days where they're only learning for 8 hours?
Oh, yeah, all of that will be detailed out in the table. Thank you for bringing that up. So when we put it out for feedback, it won't be just the start and end time. Now that we have a little more details, it'll be the start and end time. It will be the days. It will be the hours that they're going, how long the lunch is going to be, because that's the other thing, is when we're figuring out time, people need to understand we actually have to subtract the lunch time. The state doesn't allow us to count that into the hours. It gets complicated, but the group's done good work.
The next thing, once you do the board information in February, for March, can you have not proposed bell schedules, but sample bell schedules of how is that, okay.
I'm going to say, I don't know. I can't know, because that is not a district level thing. That is a school level thing. And I know that they're already working on stuff. And so that's something that the principals could potentially present of what some potential options would be, but I doubt they're going to be set in stone. So for me, no, but that doesn't mean that information couldn't, I don't know. We'll have to ask them. Okay.
that's okay.
Thank you.
And then my last thing, did you ever talk to, you went to 6, I think that's Lyman, and they switched from a 4-day to a 5-day?
I didn't talk to him this time.
Okay, I was just curious if they might have given you information as to why they switched from a 4-day to a 5-day, and maybe some of those pitfalls we can avoid.
I can
early
call
on.
them.
Okay,
I'll call them for feedback. That's
and if they
good
say just we
suggestion.
felt like it, great, but
Yeah.
thank you.
I do want the recommendation of the board, or to know if the board's okay with me not bringing the start and end times forward until I bring calendar recommendations forward, so I don't tie the calendar committee's hands.
I don't think we need a motion for that. I think we just need a thumbs up or something like that. But I can see how integrated the two have to be. And so one decision an early decision on one would really tie the hands of the committee with regard to the other. So is that agreeable to the board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Reedy?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I think we've got thumbs up all the way
Yes,
around
ma'am.
here. So that's a thumbs up. Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Anything else on the 4-day week at this point?
I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay, number 20, new business. 20A, discussion on the current 2020-2021 calendar, and 20B, discussion on staff support. And I'd like to have these, the discussion on these together, basically evolving around some of the things that we have discussed about how we can support staff this year. So we're looking at the 2021 second semester, what things we can come up with, realizing we're in a budget crunch, and also realizing that at least what I'm hearing is we need time. We need time. We need time. And I know Superintendent McGovern has addressed the last day of school, which will be December 22nd. Typically, that is, according to the negotiated agreement, that's a half day of professional development along with a half day of grade preparation. Superintendent McGovern has spoken with her leadership team and has requested that the principals use no more than 2 hours of that time, which will allow the remainder of the time to be spent in grade preparation. So that the hope is that when our staff leaves at the end of the day on December 22nd, that they can truly have a Christmas break or a winter break, if you want to call it that, and not have a lot of grades to do and things like that. So that additional time. I've asked the question about, because that same arrangement holds true for the end of third quarter. And then usually at the end of fourth quarter, the last day is grade preparation. But third quarter is that same arrangement where there's half day professional development and a half day of grade preparation. And I've asked the question if there is any professional development designated as yet for that day. My understanding is no. And so I think one thing that we could attempt to do is make the same arrangement for the end of third quarter, is to give them some time to do that grade preparation. Like I said, our hands are very much tied when it comes to budgetary kinds of things. But at the same time, if we can give them some time, and this time would be around grade preparation time, I think that would be helpful. If anybody has any out of the box ideas that we could come up with, I sincerely appreciate the amount of time our staff is putting in. I want to acknowledge that we understand how much time they're putting in, but at the same time, we are limited in the options that we have as far as showing that appreciation. So, discussion.
Chair Jellicoe.
Superintendent McGovern.
Trustees, I'm sorry for the interruption. Just a quick note to let you know too, in third quarter, we have parent-teacher conferences on those days too. So that half day is different because we have that Thursday night for conferences, and then we have half day on Friday as well. And I don't know how that will look with COVID, our last conferences, as you know, were all virtual. And our staff did a great job for those, and so did our parents as well, adjusting with that. But, and those dates would be March 11th and 12th for those parent-teacher conferences.
Any ideas?
Superintendent McGovern,
Yes.
the feasibility of Ms. Punch's comments from public comment as an outside-the-box idea. Where she suggested having an online-only period and letting all the other students be in person at the secondary levels.
You know, that one is, I think the feedback from Ms. Punches and all of our teachers, you know, I think it's a tough thing for them to do both, without a doubt. I do. I would not recommend, for Sweetwater 1 doing a select group of teachers for this year to teach online. To be honest with you, I would not. I know of other districts that have done that, and let me just say I would not recommend that for ours. Some of the tough things, and trustees, I know you know this, and a lot of you are educators yourself, or you go home to one. But COVID-19 has changed education forever. And one of the things that we found last year was the learning curve for everyone was so great. But our teachers and all of us learned how to do some things that we never thought that we could do. Look at us in this room tonight. And the pandemic, no one could have predicted that, but here we are. And so the difficult thing is some staff don't have any problems changing. Some of them are, you know, okay, I'll change. It's just so much. And that's what I'm hearing, is that it is so much. And they can do it. We support our staff. We're all doing it as well. Ideally, if we went to a tier 3 online, the ideal situation would be if the health orders allowed us to have our staff come in and teach in their classroom, but teach with the technology using their swivel camera with the class all at home at that time. The cameras are an excellent tool to use for our students. It helps them learn. It's clear, they can see it, they can hear it, and it's just like being there. I understand exactly what Ms. Punches is saying. The difficult thing about doing that, I wish there was a recommendation that I had to support all of our staff and our students at the same time. I know one of the things that you wanted me to look at, Matt, was how much would it be for a personal day for our staff? What if we did that and allowed all of them to have another personal day? Wonderful gesture. We priced it, it's $250,000, it's $250,000. We can't afford that. So the only thing we've got, you know, is that day on the 22nd, and not ask our teachers anymore to do anymore. They've got the Teach United class. We're doing it too. I'm doing the class as well, so that I'm aware of what's going on. The difficult thing though is when I talk to other districts that have had a select group that have solely went online, it has not. Now this isn't a one size fits all, so please know I'm not generalizing and using a big paintbrush for a small picture, but it hasn't reaped the benefits, because what happens is our whole staff, we all need to move technology-wise. And what happens when you only do a select group, we have technology rock stars that are 25 people. And what happens with that is that group or whomever is the virtual teachers, that group gets greater in their skill set when there's others that do not. That is not to say, though, please let me be very clear, that's not to say that perhaps next year, one of the things we need is a virtual K-12 school, without a doubt. And then in that case, that could be the asynchronous that we're talking about. That's what Darcy was referring to. To do that, and I totally understand what she's saying, and I commend her for sharing her thoughts without a doubt. But to do that January 4th, I don't believe our district is in a place where we're able to do that. That's why we applied as a district for the classroom-based virtual waiver through the Wyoming Department of Ed, was because we had to have some way to make that work to get us through this year that we were facing. So I would not, Mr. Jackman, for those reasons.
Chair Jellicoe.
Mrs. Bolton.
To add a little bit to what Ms. McGovern was saying, first off, we appreciate this kind of feedback. So thank you, Ms. Punches, for taking the time to give suggestions so we can look into the pros and cons and what might work or what might not work, because I think that we're constantly evolving in this situation. I don't think anyone would disagree that learning and trying to teach with students in person and online at the same time is ideal. It's the situation that we are handed. But one of the things is, one of the variables that we can't control, that is depending on the spikes, I mean, we've seen some big spikes here, is the quarantines or being sick and having to stay home versus that constant that's constantly CBV. So 1 week you have 5 students that are quarantined that have to get online. We can't just go put them in a designated teacher's class. They have to be able to log into their class, or we aren't going to be able to offer an online option. And I do know that some districts that had designated teachers to that, when kids were getting quarantined, they weren't allowed to get online. And they've had to adapt, and now all teachers are having to teach both ways. It's not a justification as much as it's just our reality right now. And it's not something in the future that I think anyone would recommend that people are doing on a constant basis. But when Ms. McGovern says that education's changed forever, well, when we have a homebound student, right, but that would be the constants, and we're looking at how we can develop K-12 virtual schools and stuff like that. But we'll take any suggestions, but listing out the pros and the cons and what we're really able to do versus not able to do, definitely, it's not easy. So.
Further discussion.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Summers.
One of the, I guess one of the things that I've heard, and I think it varies because I've heard it from different teachers across the district and how things are being handled. How are we prioritizing some of these changes? So I'll just give an example. One of the ones I heard about, they were like, we have all of these things due to COVID that are on our plate and they're new. And they said, could we have just held off on the new evaluation system and some of those other changes? And I know that there are some, building administrators that are helping prioritize those for their teachers. And then I think there may be some that are like, here, you're going to do all 12 of these new things. How are we guiding that in prioritization so that, big changes, we have to make those, but how are we prioritizing so that we're not overwhelming our teachers with all the changes?
Chair Jellicoe and
Mrs.
Ms.
Bolton.
McGovern, would you like me to speak about the evaluation piece?
Please.
Ms. Summers, we couldn't agree more. I mean, this was a lot of change. It was too much, too soon, too fast, that if we had control of it, you absolutely would have never, ever in a million years implemented this like that. We didn't have a choice with the evaluation system that was coming down from the state, and our old evaluation system did not, it served its purpose, but over time, it was like 15 years old. It didn't meet the qualifications of what they were going with. So we did have to go with the new evaluation system. And I know that I've been in constant contact with the state because how rigid it could be. We have loosened up a lot because it's a lot on our administrators to learn that. And so if we would have had a choice, we would not have done that, but we didn't have a choice. The rest of it was to try and give our teachers and our students the best opportunity possible with the technology. One of the biggest hurdles that our families were having to overcome was the multiple platforms that were being used last year by the different teachers and what their preferences were. So good, bad, or indifferent, I'm not judging there. But in conversation with the secondary, one platform that students could log into and the teachers, and that ended up being Canvas. Now, that ended up being a massive change for some of our secondary folks. But in the end, it's actually been a really good one. And so nobody disagrees. Trying to just say one step at a time and trying to do our best. We're not expecting perfection by any means, but in any world, this is not how you ever implement change. But we've got top of the line technology and a bunch of things that, trying to offer the quality education that we can to all students. I don't know how else to say that, but we agree.
Carol, if I may.
Superintendent McGovern.
Mrs. Summers, I just want to add on to what Nicole is saying, and for our staff out there and for our community too. I will speak for myself. I am at heart a teacher. And I think everything that is going on is overwhelming. And I think we need to say it is what it is. We have went through enormous change. Pandemic fatigue is real. I talk with our administrators, I talk with our teachers when I'm in schools. They go to bed, they wake up, and they're tired the next day. The stress is very real. And there's other concerns that I have as well on our organization. Sometimes I think you need to say the obvious because everybody's feeling it and everybody's experiencing it. And so sometimes you just have to do that. But I truly couldn't tell you of a more difficult time that our leaders, and that includes our teachers and our paraprofessionals, because you're supporting kids, you're leading kids. We have never been in a more difficult time. What the pandemic has done, and then you have budget issues. So you have staff that are worried about, is school going to be open? We want to stay open. So we communicate, yes, we're moving along and addressing their concerns so that they feel that they're working in a safe environment for our staff and our kids. So that's the first priority. Then they're wondering, are we going to remain open? So when they do their lesson plans, not only are they doing it for in-person and hybrid learning, which I am advocating not to change just because I don't think the district is ready to move to something different. That's why WDE did the CBV waiver. But I also think, the other part is this financial piece. This is enormous of what could be. So you have people that after the first of the year, am I going to have a job? Am I going to have a job? I worry about our community and people having jobs, not only in Sweetwater 1 as the largest employer, but I worry about our families. We are feeding breakfast and lunch to our families. What's going to happen after the first of the year? Winters are cold here. I've got boxes of new coats in my office that the Knights of Columbus has graciously provided that will get out to our leadership team to give to kids on Wednesday. You know, I worry about those kinds of things. And so I think it's very stressful just what we're going through. And we try to minimize that. Our administrators have taken as much off of their plate as they can. They've given them PLC time. The cameras came in the week of September 15th or 18th. So here we are, October, November, December. So we've had the cameras, you know, for 3 months to help our people. We're not out to hurt our staff with the cameras. I know there's a lot of concern out there about recording lessons and, you know, are they going to try? Is it a gotcha? Of course not. It's not a gotcha at all. But those cameras have a use because when we're out of COVID, and someday we will be out of this, they're very helpful to look at our teaching and our practice. High-performing districts use those cameras on a daily basis. And what I question is they use them, they get top scores. We can too. Why can't we? You know, we've got to be able to do that. And again, I know Max talked about that tolerance for change. This goes right along with that. But I really think, Andrea, I appreciate, you know, what you brought up. And again, with what Mrs. Punch has brought up, because I've been asked that a lot. I think some of it we're going to have to hold steady so we can get through some of it. And it is very, very stressful for everyone, including our families at home.
Further discussion? Anyone? Mrs. Thompson, Mr. Mickelson, Mr. Reedy, any comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, this was just a discussion, and I'm hoping that we can bring forth some things. Like I said, I bring forth the idea of extending the time on the end of the third quarter. Whatever we can do, if there's something that we can work around parent-teacher conferences, wherever. That's one thing that we can try to do, is provide some time. We may not have the resources to provide money, but we maybe can provide some time and still meet the obligations that we need to with WDE. Okay, then let's move on to item number 21. The board member orientation, professional development. Okay, the comments around board member orientation and professional development. There are 9 items on that particular rubric. Number 1, the board has adopted a planned program to orient newly elected or appointed board members. The plan includes the nature of their duties and responsibilities. The plan details the differences in responsibilities between the board and administration. The plan explains the principles of operation for the board and superintendent team. The plan explains the educational relationships between the school district and state educational agencies and entities. The board keeps informed and promotes its own professional development. The board attends training opportunities such as conferences and workshops. The board subscribes to and reads professional publications and educational periodicals. The board uses pertinent data, research, and consulting services as needed. So those are the items in the rubric. What we have been doing is basically any comments that you have, and then kind of a score for the entire item together. So anyone like to start?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mickelson?
I would reluctantly start. This is the area, I think, where we are weakest. And I didn't actually tally my scores and divide for an average, but I'd guess about a 2.5. I think we've made progress, but certainly from my very first meeting on the board, where I came into the cab to ask for a copy of our policies and was told, no, we don't give those out. We've come a long way, right, from there. But there's a lot of this that we either don't do or we don't do with some intentionality. And I would be super interested to hear Andrea's thoughts on this, and she is the newest member of our body. Thank you.
Who would like to go next?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman?
Yeah. Over the last 2 years, I think items 1 through 5 would be our weakest because we don't have a formal plan. But what we've done with leadership governance, I feel like covers a lot of that. If we compare where we were prior to leadership governance 2 years ago, yeah, I had no, and I'm sure John's with me, I had no clue. Like, yeah, I'm a board member. That means I get to vote no all the time, right? Now that we have the leadership governance, we haven't formalized how we go through that yet, since it's only 6 months old, but it's getting us those closer steps. So I would actually put us in the 2.5 or 3, but we're trending upward quickly. It's not a bad thing. It's just we're going from a minus on the scale to moving upward quickly.
Okay. And I'm not going to put Andrea on the spot quite yet.
Please do.
Mr. Batolo?
Yeah, I also believe that there's been a lot of progress made, especially during mine and Matt and George's tenure. I think that a lot of things have happened that needed to happen along the lines of how the board interacts with the district. I also put us at around a 3 as a total for this. The one area that I would very much encourage us to look at is number 9, and that's the use of pertinent data. I'm going to continue to push as hard as I can to look at 6th grade data and 9th grade data to allow us to do some interventions for graduation. Behavior data, we've got that with PBIS, but I don't think that we're doing as much as a board as we could do to help our district with resources and with opportunities for students at points like 6th and 9th grade. So that would be my feedback.
Thank you. Mrs. Thompson?
Madam Chair, I guess for me, I looked at it as the perspective of where the board had been and where we're going. And so for me, I actually gave us some higher scores than what everybody's talking about. I kind of came up to about a 3.5 at the end. Most of them, I felt that we were doing fairly well. Unfortunately, there are some areas that do need improvement, like number 8. I don't know if everybody's reading professional publications. I mean, I don't ask you guys that. I guess that's something we need to talk about. And then I agree with Mr. Batolo on number 9. We need to look at that data and be a little bit better about using it. But other than that, I felt that we're going in the right direction. That's why I gave us scores a little bit higher, as opposed to us not attending or doing leadership governance or anything of that at all. We are making progress.
Thank you. Mr. Reedy?
Yes, ma'am. I really can't add anything to what John and Matt and Stephanie and Max have all said. I think that in the 2 years, it has improved. And like they said, we've only been working on this for the last few months. And I give us ratings of 3 to 3.5. And I feel that we're on that upward trend as well. So thank you.
Okay, and I too feel like leadership governance, some things that we need to do. I think the opportunities as far as conferences and workshops have been minimal due to COVID this year. But I do think, as a board, I'm not sure the professional publications and educational periodicals everybody's looking at. I'm sure people are looking at some, but I'm not sure that we as a board have coordinated that at all. And I agree with Mr. Batolo about the data and research. So I would suggest a score of about 3, but I do think that we are trending upward as well. So I think that's something that we will just continue to work on as a board. Mrs. Summers, would you like to conclude?
I would, so I don't feel like I have enough experience right now to really evaluate where we're at, because most of you have been on the board for, you've seen change. So, you know, being so new to the board, I don't feel like I can adequately evaluate most of those areas. I do think that, you know, our initial training was good, and I hope to see more trainings like that. And so, you know, I guess that would be my thoughts on evaluating us. And I don't feel like I can give a score just because I don't have enough knowledge.
Get a pass this month. Okay. All right, let's move on to item number, okay, let me just, a reminder, January is the meeting, will be under the meeting rubric. And so just a reminder that we have set out some for the next few months, but the one for January is the meetings. So that'll be sent out with the agenda again in January. Okay, item number 22, good of the order. Anyone? Anyone have anything to offer? Mr. Batolo?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Batolo?
Thank you. One of the things that's kind of a recurring theme as we talk about the idea of cutting money and having to cut money is the notion of the idea of having our students pay for activities and athletics. And I understand the need to probably do that. But one of the things that I would like to encourage us to do is to look into opportunities to try and support our athletes. And I know we have a foundation. I don't know if that foundation helps with things like that. I don't know much about that foundation, to be real honest with you, but in other experiences, there have been opportunities and ways that community members can assist our students to be able to be involved in activities and athletics because of the need that we have to be able to charge for those. I guess that's more a cry for some attention, I guess, because eventually we're going to have to make a decision about whether we're going to charge people to do those things. And I would like for us to consider the notion of trying to find some support for some kids.
Any other good of the order?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Jackman?
Yeah, building a little bit on Mr. Batolo's comments, come February as treasurer of the board, I'd recommend we put together some sort of, not a budget per se, but some recommendations on prioritizing spending. We don't know what the legislature is going to do, and if they don't meet till May, our team is going to have to move very quickly, and them having direction as to what this board's wishes and goals are for spending would be helpful.
So like
I
in a
think-
workshop?
Yeah,
Maybe
just a workshop, pretty open discussion.
So for February. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Okay. Any other good of the order? Again, as I said earlier, the recalibration meeting will be held next Monday and Tuesday, the 21st and 22nd. We will send the letter to them. And again, we're going to push that out to the public as well, so that the public becomes aware of some of the challenges that we're going to be facing. And that we do intend to testify at that recalibration meeting as well. So I think that's all that I have at this point. If there's anyone else that has anything for the good of the order. Okay, then the new business items. Item number 23A, the current board committee assignments. The agenda included the 2020 calendar year assignments. What I'd like you to do is let's see, our next board meeting would be in January, let me take a look at the calendar real quick. January 11th. So perhaps, let's say by January 4th, if you could take a look at these, if there are any committees that you want to remain on, if there are any committees that you would like to be on, if you would submit to me whatever assignments you'd like to have. And then I can take a look at that and we'll come up with the 2021 assignments for the trustees. So anything that you have an interest in, you know, if you'll just send me an email and list those for me. If you want to stay on some of the same ones, you know, I can take into consideration what your preferences are. Item number 23B, the vacancy notice as of December 8th, 2020. 23C, calendar for the months of December 2020 and January, February, and March 2021. 23D, the November 2020 Head Start Liaison Report. Item number 24 is an executive session. I'd entertain a motion to enter into executive session for the purpose of legal and personnel matters. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Jackman. Is there a second?
A second, Madam Chair. And for those of us online, how will we be attending?
Go ahead. Superintendent McGovern?
Mr. Mickelson, we'll send a Google Meet, a link over to you. That way it's secure for the executive session for you and Mrs. Thompson and Mr. Reedy, if that would work for you.
That'll be beautiful. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we have.
Perfect, thank you.
We have a motion and a second to go into executive session for the again, for discussion of legal and personnel matters. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The motion passes. We will now move into executive session. Do not anticipate any action as we return. It did show off a little bit in here. I haven't had a chance to look at it. Could I take a
Hey, Zach?
entertain a motion to return from executive session. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We're back in regular session. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Jackman, second by Mrs. Summers to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are adjourned.